All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Welcome. Court officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-04, Specialist Prosecutor versus Peter Shala.
Thank you. First of all, I kindly ask you to indicate who is present today starting in court, starting with the SPO.
Among Your Honors, for the SPO, Lina Pedersen, Federico Genovesi, Cesare Michalzuk, Gaia Bergolo, and Filippo De Minicis.
Thank you. And for Victims' Counsel?
Good morning, Your Honours. I'm Simon Laws, appearing for the victims in this case, together with my co-counsel, Maria Radziowska.
Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning. So I'm Mr. Jelisin. I'm here with my two counsel, Mr. Hawini and Ms. Carriero. We are here with part of the defense team, Ms. Chen, Kaylin Chen, an assistant legal officer, Ms. Juliette Healy, Judith Kolb, two evidence review assistants, Ms. Alana Gonzalez, an intern, a new intern, Livia Veliu intern from Albania, and we have our case manager, Ms. Janeta Petrovic, and of course, Mr. Shala, who is with us by video link. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Mr. Shala, can you confirm that you hear the interpretation well?
Yes, good morning. I can hear you very well.
Thank you. Today we start with the presentation of the evidence by the defense, and we will hear the evidence, the testimony of the first defense witness, Mr. Baladul Mahmouti. Before we proceed with the witness testimony, the panel would like to address a number of procedural matters, including, Defense Counsel, the email we received this morning concerning the documents the SPO intends to use in cross-examination further today or tomorrow. We will come to that too. Yes. Some of the procedural matters we will discuss now are already familiar or partly familiar to the parties and victim counsel, because for reasons of management of proceedings, there were exchanges of emails between the parties and victims counsel and the panel. And there is a need to put it on record in order to make it public and retrievable. Very well. The first set of issues concerns the presentation of the evidence by the defense and the scheduling of its witnesses. First, we will put on record an order given to the defense via email on the 1st of September. In order to ensure that the questioning of witnesses is conducted in an efficient manner and is focused on eliciting evidence that is relevant to the case, the panel ordered the defense to shorten the estimated length of its direct examination for certain witnesses as follows. For the witnesses 01, so defense witness for case for 01, 02, 05, 06, and witness 4754, the panel ordered the defense to shorten the length of its direct examinations from 4 hours to 3 hours. And for witness 3887, from 8 hours to 4 hours. And as a result, the panel also revised the overall time allocated to the defense for the presentation of its case and determined that the defense shall have 31.5 hours in total. And this is, of course, without prejudice to any requests under Rule 153 of the rules made already by the defense. And without prejudice to the defense requesting more time for the questioning of a particular witness if needed. Yes? Very well. This concludes our first order. Yes, the second point is we noted that the defense is still working on confirming the exact date for the testimonies of certain witnesses. This is filing 634. And on this point, we urge you to schedule the witnesses in a consecutive manner. Yeah. We need to avoid gaps between the witnesses in order to use all the time allocated to us. So I will give an example later on. We direct you to commence the examination of witness 4754, who is scheduled to testify during the 8th evidentiary block on Monday, the 23rd of October. Yeah, we have 3 days, 23, 24, and 25th. So let us start on the 23rd. And that will assist us in using the courtroom in an efficient way. In case need arises for this specific witness to testify via video link, and although we noted the preference of the defense to have the witness here in court, yeah, we direct you to make the appropriate request in a timely manner, and it will serve a double purpose. We can rule on it, and also we can give the registry enough time to make all the necessary preparations. But this direction is just in case. Very well. The third direction, that is your request to amend the exhibit list, Defense Counsel. That is filing 649 from the 12th of September of this year. You seek leave to add 7 items, and they relate to witness 4, witness 3 from the defense witnesses, and witness 03887. We have directed the SPO, Victims' Counsel, via email on the 14th of September to respond to the request of the defense. And they could also respond, if they so wished, orally in court. So, Madam or Mr. Prosecutor, would you like to respond to this?
No objection, Your Honors.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, I turn to you.
Oh, we don't object.
Thank you. Very well. Having taken note of that, we are satisfied that the request is timely, and it was filed promptly upon receipt of the material. It could indeed assist in its more comprehensive understanding of the witnesses' testimonies, and we have noted here in court that there are no objections to the request. We grant them for the request pursuant to Rule 119, paragraph 5 of the rules. And we direct you to file an updated exhibit list by Tuesday, 26th of September, 2023. And this concludes our second oral order. Yes, I would like to address now the defense again on filing 658. Providing additional information on witness 1, which was notified yesterday. And for that, we have to go into private session. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session?
Honors, we are back in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. There is one correction to make in the transcript, and that's on page 4, line 15. Now we have recorded that I said witness 4, defense witness in case 4, number 4, but it has to be witness 6. So that is now corrected in the transcript. We go to the 5th point I would like to discuss here now. That is the note. That is the defense notice on evidence of victims' counsel expert witnesses. Yeah, it's the notice of the defense. It's filing 653 from the 15th of September of this year. And in your submission, defense, you object to the admission of Stephen Lert's report into evidence, and you expressed the wish of the defense team to cross-examine this expert, and you reserved your right to set out your detailed position as well as the questions the defense wishes to put the expert witnesses in due course. Now, at the outset, we recall that we have made a finding that reparations proceedings shall be conducted as much as possible, as a general rule, in writing, based on Rule 168 of the Rules of Procedures and Evidence. This is the filing 598 from the 21st of July of this year. So accordingly, the panel directed the defense to prepare any desired questions in writing which would be transmitted to the witness, who would in turn also provide a written reply. That is the procedure we have set out, and we will adhere to these previous directions. And we don't intend to have the witness testify in court unless you provide us with reasoning to do differently. So, having said that, there is another point I want to make, and that is we note that you require, I don't read request, but you require additional time for the expert to assess the report of Dr. Last, and you reserve your right to set out its detailed position as well as the questions you wish to put to him. And with regard to these submissions, Defense Counsel, we note that you did not meet the deadline given to you by the panel, and you also did not make a proper request for extension of time limit. And I surely don't have to remind you that and it may sound a little bit severe, but how the code of professional conduct reads in this respect. And I ask you for next time, yeah, that's what the panel directs you to do, to make a request, a proper request for an extension of time limit, and we will proceed to give a decision on that. And you have done that before, and I think it's the best way to proceed in that way. But be it as it may, Defense Counsel, when do you estimate that you will be in a position to come up with questions?
First, I would like to say that's our fault, that's sure. So now we found someone from Kosovo, a real expert, who is able to work with us. So in my opinion, we could have a work well done, properly done, in my opinion, in something like 3 weeks, maximum 1 month, I think so, because the expert is now in possession of all the documents. She is studying all the documents, and we wait for a first report, so I prefer to provide you with such a delay. It's a long one, but in my opinion, it will be shorter, I think so.
Yes. And the proper request, that will be the line of working for the future?
Yeah, I think we will make our best, but how many times, I don't know really as it. I think so. Yeah, I think it's better.
Your Honor, sorry, just to add a couple of elements. We tried to notify the panel at the time we received those documents that we are trying to get into contact with one expert that will help us with their opinion. The position with the defense was to ascertain what time is needed and then come with a request, or even the questions once we are in possession of them and have been advised by the expert, and include that request in our further submissions. Since we didn't have an accurate estimate, we couldn't make a request that is open in time without having any deadline, because at the time we had the deadline, that was the time we were scheduled to meet that expert for the first time. We did everything quickly afterwards. On the same day, confidential undertakings have been signed and first documents have been transmitted to her. And so as soon as we have a time estimate, we will make a proper request to your honors to be able to make submissions on the specific topic on a certain date. And it would be up to your honors to grant it or to address it. There will be two things: the possible questions that we might provide to the victim's expert, based on the opinion of our expert, and the second one that may take a bit more time is to, if applicable, have a report, a written report from our own expert, and then move to add that to the exhibit list and propose this as a new witness and all the materials. We didn't want to make a request that is open in time, but we are very aware of the timing. We believed that we have alerted sufficiently the panel and the parties that we are specifically requesting advice on the specific extra evidence that the victims has produced, but we didn't have any time estimate at the time to make a proper and accurate request. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for this clarification, Defense Counsel. I do direct you for next time that if we set a deadline, you come to us, you require an extension, yeah? And even if you tell us that you will come back to us with that in court, that will do. But the language chosen now was too much open-ended, and it was just not adhering to the time limit we gave. So that's the only point I wanted to make. With regard to how we are going to proceed, the line, of course, will now be that I will give an oral order with respect to what we're going to do in the upcoming weeks with regard to the formulation of the questions. We will grant you an extension of time limit of 3 weeks, yeah? And to prepare questions to put to Mr. Lerts in written form. And that will be the 11th of October, 2023, that the questions should be in. And then Victims' Counsel shall be responsible for submitting the responses to Mr. Lerts within the 3 weeks following the receipt of the defense questions. And I see that you are standing, Victims' Counsel. I will first finalize my order, and then you will be given the floor. And Defense Counsel, we also order you to disclose to the panel both the name and the qualifications of your expert, because for the moment we are not aware who that is. And when would you be in a position to do that?
Yeah, sure, as soon as possible.
Okay.
No
so at the end of this week we will have that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And before I proceed, Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
I was standing out of courtesy because you were addressing me, and I thought you were about to ask me for a response. Your Honour, we'll abide by that timetable, of course. We had informed Dr. Lerts that he was to receive the questions by the 15th of September, and we'll now inform him that they're coming on the 11th of October, and if there's any difficulty from his point of view, we'll let you know.
Thank you, Victims' Counsel. And lastly, the defense is instructed to inform the expert witness to reserve 1 day between the 20th of November and the 1st of December, yeah, as well as in the first week after the judicial winter recess, to ensure his availability in case he is called in court. And I've just made clear what the position of the panel in principle is, but for reasons of management, it's good to do that. And the same instruction applies to Victims' Counsel, who we direct to inform Mr. Laird regarding the same dates. And we request Victims' Counsel and Defense Counsel to liaise with each other, that they are not reserving the same dates for the witnesses, because then we would have a kind of collision if we would like to hear them both. Yeah? But that I leave that to you.
Just one clarification, Your Honor, sorry for the
course.
record. Should we understand that the response from Mr. Lurs that would be conveyed by Victims' Counsel would be for the 1st of November? That is 3 weeks from the 11th of October, just to put it on the record. Thank you, Your Honor.
3 weeks and 3 weeks, that's the idea. And that would allow us, in case of need, and depending on which other witnesses will be coming to court to testify in that upcoming evidentiary block, to see if we can also insert, if necessary, these witnesses. Just planning purposes to make things work. Very well. This concludes the panel's third oral order. The next matter pertains to the items that the defense intends to use during the questioning of today's witness. That is witness 6. The defense seeks to use, among others, item DPS 01524 till DPS 01547, along with the Serbian version of the document, and items DPS 00270 till DPS 00863. The SPO objects to the use of the documents in question for lack of relevance. In order to make efficient use of the time available in court, the panel has received submissions from the parties on this matter via email and will now issue its oral order. The panel will not permit, for now, the defense to use the 2 documents during its examination of the witnesses, as the defense has not established the relevance of these documents to the case and the charges against the accused. We will now have to go into private session. Madam Court Officer, please. Thank you.
Your Honors, we are now in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Very well. We are now in private session because it relates to directions and possible questions you may be asking to the witness. And I think that it's better to do this in a private session, also with a view to possible future witnesses. So the defense may explore any case theory with its witnesses. But such theory must relate to the concrete case that the panel is seized of. And the defense must establish a concrete link with the case against Mr. Shala. And the relevant to the case of these questions must be established beforehand. So my question for now to you, will your witness give any information regarding potential fabrication of evidence in case 4? Is there a direct link? Defense counsel, because what we don't want here in court, and we will not allow for it, that we will have, as you put it, contextual background information if the panel doesn't see how this background, this contextual information relates to this case. And I really want a clear answer on that, because for now, in what you shared with us, and we have been reading it carefully and studying it carefully, I did not see anything that implied that this witness would say something concrete with regard to this case, fabrication of this case.
So with your leave, I start to answer. Possible that Mr. already complete my answer. I think we were very clear in the pre-trial brief and in the plenary statement about that. So that's a delicate thing to try to prove and to defend.
You don't have to prove, huh? Let's split it. You don't have to prove anything.
Yeah.
We have proof on that side.
Yeah, the thesis of mismanagement of the investigation and the possibility that the Serbian Security Services has a lead role in. So that's a process that needs to work properly and step by step. If we are not able first to provide that it was really the methods of the Serbian Security Service first, as recognized by the Serbian judicial system itself. In some decision, we are aware to talk about that. I'm sure the witness is able to talk about that. So this is the very first step. And then, when we provide you with the possibility to understand the method used by this service, we will be able to show you, and I think to try at the moment to prove we could be in the case with Mr. Shala's case. This is the way that we think, we saw, and we continue to think. This is the proper way to provide you with some evidence history to build under your control and under your eyes the real possibility, may I say, at this stage. But we have some elements that enforce us to say that this is the core of the defense. That's the whole. As you know, Mr. Shala claimed he was not there, he was not part of these crimes and so on. Even if this crime has existed, he was not part in. But that's more than this. The position of the defense is to say the accusation against Mr. Shala will be possible, they could be issued because we have some real problem in the investigation received by the prosecutor itself. It's not so an accusation against the prosecutor. Of course, we are not children, of course, and we know perfectly well the way using in this very long, more than 20 years investigations, and we know perfectly well. And at the first glance, the first document we have in the files of the prosecutor itself, it's a very strange document, not signed, with not the seal of the investigation, nothing. It looked like a false one. We don't have to be afraid to say that. So, and when you understand that during then almost 10 years, the investigator itself didn't trust in the thesis used now by the prosecutor, of course, you are very interesting with. That's why we work a lot about this. And the files provided by the prosecutor itself, and we have the same information in our investigation, demonstrate that the thesis on the basis the indictment has been built only issued after the intervention of some sub-medias. We have it in the file of the prosecutor, that's sure. Course, and to enable the defense to have a real effective defense. That's really the point. And that's what I say, that's the core of the defense we are defending. It's not enough for a defense. I consider it's not enough for the defense to say Mr. Shala was not there. He was not part of. And you know that the devil evidence, we call it in French la preuve diabolique, the devil evidence, to prove he was not there if you are not able to prove he was somewhere else. That's very difficult. And that's why we provide the court, the panel, with the presentation of some witnesses who were on the spot, nobody says the contrary, and who are able to come here and to say under oath, I was there during some weeks, during some months, and I didn't know Mr. Shala. I didn't recognize him, or Yushku or something like that. So, but it's not enough. And that's why we consider this is a hole for the defense. To say more than this, these accusations, that's our position, freely chosen by the defense, with an agreement, of course, of Mr. Shala, that's sure, it's to say, and how was it possible? How is it possible that Mr. Shala has been accused and continue to be accused by some person? Surely, probably, allegedly, I don't know, victims of some violence, some crimes, grave breaches of the humanitarian law and criminal law and so on. But it's not the Olympic Games. May I say, it's not the Olympic Games. You can be victim of some facts, real one, and to lie about some so-called details about your victimization. And to say, okay, but I will add someone in the violence because I have some arguments with this guy or this woman. Because I have an accountant or I have something to deal with. To take a revenge, to use the word of some witnesses. So that's the purpose of the defense, and I'm sure that's a real and difficult one, but could be a brilliant one. Brilliant one, why? Because if part of this investigation, in this case, and don't talk about the other case, that's not my business and I don't want to have this business on the shoulders. So if we are able to provide you that we have to face in the general way using to conceive, to realize the investigation, and that these difficulties, these particularities, these bad particularities of the investigation and the way they were conducted are exactly the same that we have to face in the case of Mr. Shala. Because when you try to make, I say, I'm sorry for the word, but it's an image, Olympic Games about a real problem, a real scene or some scenes of violence, but you make it bigger, and you add some people and some violence, and you have so many discrepancies, so many changing, that's the best way for us, but that I consider, and I fully trust you to understand it, that's a difficult way for us, but step by step, and this is the first step we would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your submissions. I do have some further questions. We don't oppose, defense counsel, get me right, that to your position that the defense should choose its way of defending the case of its client. That goes without saying. For us as a panel, it is important that the witness who is called by the defense, and that's the reason that we dedicate so much time to also to this conversation, that the relevancy of what this witness with regard to this case will provide as evidence can be established. And even and that the relevancy criterion is very broad. But one of the questions that now come up, because you have not, for me, you have not really answered this. I understand that this witness can talk about possible alleged fabrication of evidence by Serbian authorities, and more specific, what I read in your documents, by the Serbian Secret Service. We read about detainees that were recruited, according to the documents you provided us with. We read about alleged preparation of witnesses. We saw the book. We read the book, the relevant parts you indicated to us. All that might be relevant contextual information, but for the panel, what is for now lacking is the link with this case. So my question to you would be, is this witness or a future witness going to indicate to us or give evidence? I mean, we wait at the end, but will give evidence regarding which witnesses have been fabricating, because you did not mention them at all in all the documents we have been asking for. And we saw the reference in the transcript. We heard what the witness said. But I didn't read anywhere something about this specific witness or any other witnesses in the case of Mr. Shala from the prosecution, that the witness you are calling could testify on. So that, and also, I would say, on what specific topics? I heard you say now one, presence of Mr. Shala. So if I put it in my words, and you have to correct me if I make a summary which is not right, because then you are here to correct me. And I would happily accept that, that what you're saying is that there are witnesses in the case of the SPO, 1, 2, 3, I don't know how many, that have been fabricating evidence on several points. And one of the points would be that Mr. Shala was not there, and they are saying that he is there. And apparently on other points too. I want to hear that from you. So for us, it's not enough if you tell us now, this witness is going to give some contextual information. With regard to case 04, he doesn't know anything, yeah, because he was not involved. And it's also not so that other witnesses in the future, yeah, will be saying something concretely about case 4. Because you must understand from the part of the panel that we cannot, or I will not allow that here in court we will be talking about something, and I want to stay away if it happened or not, but that is not related to this case. And for now, I listen carefully to you, I don't see the link, and I need a link. I mean, it is as simple as that, because we could be talking about recipes, and then we could talk about everything, but I need a link to this case, and I need your assurance that, you did not give it in anything that you just told me. I don't see the link to our case, and I need that. Yeah, I think that's the point I want to make. And I will give the floor also to the SPO and Victor's Council if they would like to have it. But I would like to proceed with you on this issue.
Thank you very much. Before, with your leave, providing the floor to Mr. Hawini, we have to complete my explanation.
You have to Thank you. If this is what you wanted to share with us. Mr. Prosecutor, something you would like to add? And what you have not said yet.
Excuse me?
What you have not said yet in your written submissions.
Yes, so I'll be very brief. Your Honors, the modus operandi that this witness can testify about concerns, as we have stated, facts and situations which are radically different, not only separated in time and place, but they concern just simply different, and I think I'm going to repeat myself here, so I will. Different set of facts. The Panda Bar situation, Your Honor, happened in a bar in a town where a group of gunmen stormed a public exercise and a bar and killed people. The crimes that, and then what's the truth behind that, we don't know, and it doesn't pertain to this case. But the case that we're trying happened within a KLA base. We heard evidence that it was full of soldiers, it was military operations were being organized and launched from there. KLA leaders attended, so the link is just not there. So here in the modus operandi of operations, of alleged operations by a subject concern radically different set of facts, it's not going to be helpful or an efficient use of court time in this case. And that's all I have to say, Your Honors.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel.
We agree that it's not relevant. The defence have been asked specifically to provide evidence of a link between this witness's evidence in Case 4, and the reality is that they are unable to do so, and on that basis, this evidence is not admissible in this case.
Thank you. I will proceed to give right away directions now. Defence Counsel, what we will do is you will be allowed to put some questions regarding the possible fabrication of evidence by Serbian authorities, but within the framework you just spelled out here, to be honest, about the Panda, I don't want to have anything. You gave it to us, but I don't want to have anything about that. I don't see the relevance to elaborate in this case on that. That would divert the focus, and I will be on top of you with this regard, in this regard. And then I instruct you, and if not, I will do it myself. I want to hear from this witness if he has anything concrete to say about Case 04. Yeah. So we want to know if he has knowledge of any application of this possible alleged fabrication of evidence in relation to the present case. Yeah. And so that's how we are going to proceed. I will give you some space, but I really wanted to have it in certain boundaries, and I will cut to witness if he goes too far. And that's our direction. Madame Court Officer, can we go back into public session? And in the meantime, your witness has been informed that it is taking a little bit more time. So, although he was already told this morning that he would have to wait a little bit. So we did manage some expectations. Yes, Madame Court Officer.
Your Honours, we are now in public session.
Thank you. With regard to the request of the defense to use the newly disclosed items, which is DPS 00876, so DPS 00876 ET and DPS 00877 ET, which are revised translations of two translations originally prepared by the defense, we will grant the request to use these documents as they were disclosed promptly and at the earliest opportunity after their receipt. The SPO and Victims' Counsel have had sufficient time to study them. Their use will facilitate the witness testimony. And we didn't receive any opposition by the SPO and Victims' Counsel. This is our fourth oral order. Very important, I would like to give the defense a direction regarding the examination of today's witness, Mr. Mahmouti. And yes, that should be done also in private session. So please, Madam Court Officer, bring us back into private session.
Your Honors, we are in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. With regard to your email of this morning, opposing the documents proposed by the SPO for cross-examination, the panel will direct you to give us in email by writing, yeah, an overview of which documents you object to, because for now we don't know which one those are, and with a short indication of what it is about. And depending on where we end with the questioning of this witness, I hope we can do that somewhere this afternoon, even and with including the possibility of the SPO to reply to it. But let us see how it goes this morning. But I think that in court going through all the documents will be a kind of burdensome exercise. So that I don't want to do. Very well. This concludes the panel's orders and directions. We can now proceed with the testimony of the witness. Mr. Mahmouti will testify without protective measures. And we will sit, in principle, this morning twice 1.5 hours. But depending on how things go, it could be that we will sit for a shorter lunch break. I will see how things go. Very well. Court clerk, could you please usher the witness into the courtroom? Thank you. Mr. Mahmouti, good morning. Welcome to the specialist chambers.
Good morning, thank you.
Mr. Shala, did you hear the witness?
Yes, I did, thank you.
How are you today?
Very good.
Thank you. We will begin today with your testimony. And before we begin, I have several remarks for you. Yes? You're called to testify, Mr. Mahmouti, before the specialist chambers in the case of the specialist prosecutor versus Mr. Peter Shala, to assist this panel to reach a verdict. You will take first your solemn declaration to tell the truth, and after that you will be asked questions by the defense counsel, the lawyers for the specialist prosecutor's office, victims counsel who are sitting on your other hand next to you, and then at the end also the panel may ask questions to you. Before you take your solemn declaration to tell the truth, I would like to provide you with some guidance and practical advice for answering the questions that you will be asked. Mr. Mahmouti, please listen carefully to each question that will be put to you. And if you don't understand, feel free to ask for clarification or the question to be repeated. We want you to tell the truth and to tell us what you saw, what you experienced, what you heard, sensed. If you did not hear it yourself, but you found out in some other way, please say so and explain how you got to know that. You may not remember all the details of the events. Perfectly fine. Please testify as to what you know. Do not guess. Do not make things up. There's nothing wrong in saying I don't know or I don't remember. Yes, I see you nodding. Very clear for you, I see. And please answers
Fully.
the questions put to you. if we need more clarification, yeah, you will be asked to do so. So don't elaborate further on what you are asked. You have understood all this?
Paul. Yes.
I have also some practical advice for your testimony, and please take note of the following. Everything that we say here is translated and recorded. So it's important to speak into the microphones that are in front of you, not to speak too quick, yeah, and to speak clearly. What is very important is that you should not start speaking, or you should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. So please wait 5 seconds and then start speaking. This will allow the interpreters we have, yeah, to finish the translation, yeah, and to start with the translation of what you are saying. If not, we have overlapping speakers, yeah, and that makes it very complicated or even not workable. So that's a very important point. If I raise my hand, please stop talking, because I'm not always in a position to say it, because if not, I would be the one that is talking through other people. Yeah? So if you see that I raise my hand, just stop. Sometimes we may ask you to leave the courtroom because we need to discuss the content of your questioning. Yeah? And we know that you know a little bit of English, and we would not we would not want to influence you with possible discussions. And if you have any questions, if you need a break or you need something, please raise your hand, yeah, and I will give you the floor to attend to what you need. Is that clear?
Paul. Yes.
Mr. Mahmouti, as we do with all the witnesses, I will now ask you to make your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false testimony. Very well, court clerk, can you assist? You already did that very well. Mr. Mahmouti, please read the text provided to you.
In the conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you. You are now under oath to tell the truth, Mr. Mahmouti. Defense counsel, you have been given 3 hours for your questioning. Please inform the panel if there are any changes in this respect. We can start with the testimony. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Witness. Good morning, Mr. Mahmouti.
Yes.
How are you?
Good morning. Very well, thank you.
I hope we could start with some question I wish to ask you. So if you are ready, we can start. So I would like to start with some personal questions. Mr. Witness, could you please state your name and surname?
My name is Bardul Mahmouti.
Yeah, do you have or did you have a surname? Or a nickname, I'm sorry, a nickname.
Yeah. No.
Thank you very much. What is the name of your father?
Bechir.
What was your father's professional activity?
My father was an advisor to the education system in the municipality of
Në të njëjtën kohë ka qenë profesor
In 66, 68, at the same time, he was a professor of philosophy in Tetovo High School.
Thank you very much. And in a few words, what was your mother's professional activities?
My mother was a housewife. She took care of house matters and everything that is required to be done in a household.
Involved.
Holding a position and functions that are related to the education, my father made attempts to open Albanian-speaking schools in order for the pupils to be educated in Albanian. And it is precisely because of this engagement, commitment, he was first arrested in January 1969, at the time when I was not even 9 years old, I was 8. Special units of the Yugoslav government state came, they overthrew everything in the house, arrested my father, and sentenced him to 1 year of imprisonment as a nationalist, only because he wanted Albanian-speaking people to be educated in Albanian. After serving his sentence, my father was not in a position to find a job in his home country and moved to Kosovo, in Pristina, where he initially started working with the school books publishing house, and then worked with the newspaper Shkendia, which was a pedagogical newspaper related to the education system in Kosovo. He was a member of the editorial board of this newspaper until he retired in 1980.
So may we say that your family was politically involved?
My family was politically engaged in fulfilling our national rights. My father, my paternal uncle, Enver, and several family members, cousins, were activists for our national cause because they were aware and conscious that one could only fight discrimination through political engagement.
Thank you very much. Can you tell us what your level of education is?
I went to the elementary school in my hometown in Tetovo, in part, and then in Pristina, where I continued my high school. My first 2 years of high school. I went then back to Tetovo. So we moved back and forth.
It would suffice to have the last education, where you ended up. We don't have to start with the primary school. So what was your last education?
I graduated from the political science faculty at the University of Lausanne in Switzerland. I have a bachelor's degree in Lausanne as well in political science. And my PhD project was accepted and approved in the same university, but because of my engagements before and during and after the war, I was not able to complete my PhD research work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is your work? What is your job now?
Currently, I'm a teacher and helping children with difficulties difficulties both in the education system or social difficulties. I work in Switzerland in the canton of Vaud, and the structure I work for and with is OVO, which is a Swiss-wide structure. I work in the branch in the Vaud canton, helping, accompanying children with difficulties in the education system or other social difficulties.
Sociologue, that's what I hear.
I'm a political scientist.
Question about another topic, and to address the topic of the KLA. And my first question is, were you ever part of the KLA?
There were no membership cards in the KLA because it was not a political party. I was a member of the Popular Movement of Kosovo, which was a patriotic movement and which had three objectives. First, to protect politically the right war.
The question was if you were a member of the KLA. You were not asked to elaborate on patriotic movement. Are you a member of the KLA? That was your question. And I would like you to, it's not that every time you get a question, Mr. Witness, you just start to elaborate. If defense counsel wants to know something more about this political movement, he will ask you. Yes? Let's use our time efficiently. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mrs. President. So try to stick to the questions at the best, I think so. Yeah. Oh.
We don't have an answer yet. Were you a member of the KLA? That's not so difficult a question.
My answer, despite the fact that it may appear as evasive, it is related to the movement because it was that movement that created the KLA, and being a member of the popular movement, I was also in the structures of the KLA.
So it would have sufficed to say, yes, I was a member of the KLA. Defense counsel proceeds.
Thank you very much, Johanna. When did you join the KLA?
There's no precise date, but as a man who was committed to politically defend the Kosovo Liberation Army, this dates back to my first contacts with the American diplomats in June 1998.
What was your role in this organization in the KLA?
I was in charge of reasoning, arguing in the diplomatic level the indispensable nature of this liberation war, and that this was a just and sustainable war.
Yeah, and where you based for your activity with the KLA? Where were you based for it?
We did not have a seat, a special place as a diplomatic group because we carried out our activity in all Western states and the United States. In every country we had people who were in charge of responsible representing the Kosovo Liberation Army, and I traveled continuously to all these countries to maintain the diplomatic contacts with the purpose of legitimizing and supporting the Kosovo Liberation Army war. There wasn't a seat in a specific place or country.
Me to ask a clarification, thank you. How would you call your function within the KLA? Because I wrote down your reasoning, arguing, diplomatic relations. How would you call that?
A representative. I was a political representative of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Thank you.
During this moment, where did you live?
I lived in Switzerland, in Vevey, the town where I live today.
Did you work in Switzerland and then travel with the obligation you had at this moment?
I did not work at the time because I was still a student at the time. And when I finished my master's degree studies in 1997, I started with my PhD research work, and I was fully committed and engaged to politically defend the Kosovo Liberation Army and its war.
So if I have understand it, you have to correct me. You were based in Switzerland, and can you tell us in which country and places you visited during the period of activity you carry out for the KLA?
Defense Counsel, shall we put a time frame on that? Because it might be kind of broad, and I would like to have it focused.
Yeah, so you explain us you lived in Switzerland and then you travel a lot. Are you able enough to explain us which countries or which places you were?
And the time frame.
And the time frame, yeah.
Yes, but from which moment on, Defense Counsel, would you like to give...
Generally speaking, to have an idea, and then, of course, during the period of the indictment, this is the question, of course, the most important point I have to address after.
Yes, but would we say from, because we have seen there's been a lot of traveling, so from the 1st of January 1999?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to give so much space. We have to drive. To have to.
My next question, of course, is April 1999.
That I understand, but before that.
June. But generally speaking, to have an idea of the kind of activities he had, and then to address this special period we are focusing on.
Shall we then do it from the moment he became a member of the KLA? No, it's for you. It's your
defense. To provide us a real idea of the reality of the activities and the role of this guy.
From the moment you started traveling as a political representative for the KLA, can you give us a summary of the places you visited abroad?
From June 1998 to June 1999, I was very frequently in France, Germany, England, twice in the United States, Italy, Austria. I was in Slovenia, Albania. So these are the countries I went to very frequently at the time. Obviously, I went in Belgium, Netherlands as well. So these are additional countries I went to. So many countries, basically.
Thank you. And I would like to know, can you tell us where you were between April and June 1999?
From April to be fair, open, I have submitted my passport. I used to travel at that time because that's the best evidence with respect to the countries I went to. It contains the visas of the countries I went to, these border police stamps. So from in April to June 1999, I was once in Albania, several times in France, I was in Germany, Belgium, Brussels for official meetings.
Yes, Mr. President, with your leave, I would like to show this document, the passport, to the witness, to refresh him, of course, his memory, and to be able to answer to some question about the information we found in this document.
Please proceed. Madame Kortofficer, after having given the number, you may pull up the document.
Thank you very much. I would like to show the witness ERNDPS 00880-DPS 00896, and this is not to be disclosed to the public place. So, Mr. Witness, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
May we have the next page of this document, please, Professor?
I think that the front page is the same for everybody,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
But maybe the page where his picture is...
Exactly. That's
okay.
why I asked the other one.
Okay.
So I ask you, is it your passport?
Yes.
Don't know about the timing, if we have to stop now or because if I start to address the rest, could be a little bit longer, I think so.
Yes, I see that now. Yeah, the moment is there to have a break, indeed. Although I would have liked to proceed.
Thank you.
We will, but thank you for your time management in this regard. Mr. Witness, what we will do is you only have been giving testimony for 20 minutes, but it's time for to have a break and also with a view to the interpreters. So what we will do is we will adjourn for half an hour, and then we will ask you to be brought in again. Thank you for your time for now, and we see each other in half an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Court Clerk. We will adjourn for half an hour.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. And before we call the witness in, I see that the SPO is in the same composition that goes for Victims' Counsel Team 2. And here on my left-hand side, are we complete?
It's almost the same, but not exactly.
Okay, then I give you the floor to
So,
note that.
Ms. Kelling-Cheng left us, and we have Deborah Thiebo, an intern. Thank you very much.
Let me see. Yes, welcome. Good. Then we continue. Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness in, please? Somebody is already working, I look at the defense, on the information with regard to the documents from the SPO. Good, good. Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Mr. Udieta.
Thank you.
I will give the floor back to Defense Counsel to continue with the examination. Defense Counsel, you were discussing a document. Yeah, we have to call it up again, so I give you the floor, but before you can continue, we should have the document visible.
Thank you very much, Johanna. So, Mr. the Witness, don't hesitate, slow down, please, and stick to the question. That's the best for us all. Thank you very much. Could be painful, but this is the process. So, we would like to have the same document, but another page. Mr. Court Officer or Mrs. Court Officer, are you able enough to show the document DPS 00880-DPS 00896? Is the page 30 of the document.
89. Which page would you like to have?
Page 30. It's the page 6 of the document. 16, I'm sorry, 16. Yeah, that's the page 30 of our document, but it's the page 16 of the document.
But are you referring to the numbering in the right corner up? Is that number 16? Because could you adhere to the page number DPS 00 and then what comes? Because now we are at 880.
Which one you have to write it? It's 895.
Thank you, Defense Counsel.
Thank you.
Madame Court Officer, will that assist you? Thank you.
So, Mr. Witness, are you able enough to look at the dark blue stamp, and could you tell us what it says?
Which stamp are you referring to, Defense Counsel?
It's the left page, I think so. That's what I'm looking for, because I have the same document. So it's page 30 of the document, so the left page. And this is the stamp just in the middle, the one you can find on the right under the page, the last one, with the date in 1999, 22 April.
Okay. Please ask. So, defense, Mr. Witness, you are requested by defense counsel to look at the stamp on the left side of the page. So in the upper corner we see 30, and then it's the stamp on the right-hand side of that page, the last one, with the date 22 April 1999. Yes, and that's the you want to ask a question about to the witness.
Yes, a dark blue stamp you have on the page.
Yeah, the color, yeah. Okay.
Paul,
Yes.
This stamp is indicating, according to you, what? An arrival on the territory or a departure? In which part?
It is an exit stamp out of Albania, out of the Rinas airport.
This one, I see a mark on the stamp that doesn't seem to be an exit part, but to come in Rinas. Do I commit a mistake or not?
Malhard,
Above it, on the 11th of April 1999, that is the date when I entered via Durrës. That is the stamp of entry, dated the 11th of April. The 22nd of April stamp is the one that marks my departure out of Rinas Airport.
And according to you, where is the Rinas airport? In which country?
Ashna Republiken.
In the Republic of Albania. At that time, it used to be the one and only airport of the Republic of Albania.
Now, if you can go to the next page, it is a document DPS 00880/DPS 00896. Yeah. It's the page 32 of the passport. And this, I would like to talk about the stamp just in the middle of the page, but not the biggest one, the blue one. And is it possible to focus on this stamp, because could be not very clear. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's not the upper stamp, but the stamp under the upper stamp?
Yeah.
With the words printed in German?
No, the other one.
The one there, I guess. The one who is like that.
We have the one Republic from Australia.
Oh, the black one.
Not the black one, the blue one.
The blue one next to the black one.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, thank you.
No, I fully understand, you know. That's very difficult sometimes. You have so many stamps.
So, Mr. Witness, you are asked to look at the stamp in the middle of the page at the right-hand side, next to the words in French. And in the right corner of the stamp you see AL.
Paul.
Yes?
Defense counsel.
Thank you very much. Could you, Mr. Witness, explain us what means this stamp?
I cannot discern the date that clearly. It is, however, a stamp of exit from the Republic of Albania.
And you leave the Republic of Albania territory?
Yes.
Just you have two figures in the square. Are you able to read the date? You have two figures.
I cannot see it clearly, and I'm not entirely certain about those dates. However, analysis can be done on this stamp to be able to ascertain with certainty what it says. I see the letters that suggest the month was April, but I'm not able to discern the date with any clarity.
The year, it's according to you?
1999. We can see the year.
May I suggest to you the date of 29 April 1999?
But where can you see that? Oh, I see also the SPO standing. Why would you suggest that date? On which basis?
Because I have the feeling it's a 2 and a 9. I have to confess.
But I think that I won't allow for that question. The witness can say, I see a date or I don't see a date.
Yeah, because I know that if you have your glasses or not could be the difference. That's why I would like to be able to try to help it.
Yes, but maybe there are other ways to approach where he was in that period. Yeah, without this is really guessing, I would say, without a basis on his memory with regard to something he did in that period.
Exactly.
But before we do that, Defense Counsel, in order to be, in order to have clear on record to which stamp we were looking at, I would like to ask Madame Court Usher to assist Mr. Witness with a pencil, that he can mark the stamp he just described. And then it's given an exhibit number here in court, and that we go back to the prior page and we do the same. That will assist us in future exercises if we have to refer to these documents. Very well. Mr. Witness, can you circulate the stamp you just discussed with Defense Counsel? Thank you. Madame, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could you save this image? Thank you. Could you give it right away an exhibit number, or is that something we should be doing later, Madam Court Officer? Please proceed, and then we will do the same thing for page 895.
Your Honours, markings made by the witness DW406 will be assigned registry number REG 000964. Apologies, REG 00964.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. And Defense Counsel, we will go back to this page because maybe we can even make it bigger in order to try to see what is visible. But we will first do this other formality. Madam Court Officer, could you bring us to page 895? And Mr. Witness, please circle the stamp you discussed on this page with the defense witness, with the defense counsel. Of the two stamps we discussed.
Fillimisht po e rrethoj.
Right. First of all, I'm circling the entry stamp of the 22nd of April and then the exit stamp.
The 22nd, it's from the 11th of April. You say that you were, let me see.
Oh.
Are you sure?
Okay. Exit, yes. If I'm not mistaken, it is the exit.
Which one is the exit? 22 of April or 11 of April?
Në bazë të shenjave.
Based on the signs there, the way I understand it, the entry is on the 22nd of April and departure has to be at the end of April, whilst here it's another entry on the 11th of April. In fact, I'm not certain about it.
I was not there, so it's your testimony, and I cannot say anything about this. Yes, please.
What I'm able to say with certainty here is that towards the end of April 1999 and until the month of June, when the war ended, I have never been in Albania. At that time, I was in Switzerland, France, Germany, and Belgium.
Mr. Witness, Defense Counsel, I give it back to you, and if you want to clarify anything with regard to these stamps, I give you the floor.
I think I could try to help us to understand that exactly.
And after that, we will allocate an exhibit number to this document.
I would like, Mrs. Court Officer, to have on the same document, but page 23, another stamp.
Defense Counsel, if you want to move to another document, then I will...
It's the same document.
To another page.
Yeah.
Then I have first to save this page in order to be able to allocate a number. Madam Court Officer, could you please save this page and give it an exhibit number, please?
Your Honours, the markings made by the witness DW406 will be assigned registry number REG 00965.
Thank you very much. Defense Counsel, you may proceed with giving a new document number to Madam Court Officer.
Thank you very much. The document is DPS 00891. It's a page 23 of the passport. And I would like to show it to the witness. Mr. Witness, this is a stamp from the Slovenian Republic with the date of 20 April 1999. Do you remember a trip which corresponds to this date?
Po.
Yes, I do.
And is this stamp in relation with the one we're able to see at the page 30 of the passport with the date of 22 April 1999, just the day after, in Ruinas Airport?
Po.
Yes. If I'm allowed to clarify, because of the background of war, even though my ticket was from Zurich to Tirana, as a result of the conditions of war, we were forced to land in Slovenia. The aircraft was unable to continue its journey to Tirana, and that is why I was given this one-day visa, which enabled me to travel towards Tirana the day after. That is the explanation for the 2-day visa.
So if I understood properly, you arrive by Slovenia to the Republic of Albania. And do you remember the duration of your trip during this particular trip?
I am saying here that the entire journey lasted for 1 day because we were traveling with Adria Airlines. We landed in Ljubljana. NATO did not allow us an air corridor for that journey to Tirana, so we were forced to stay to land in Ljubljana. During that period, I met family members in Ljubljana too, and so this trip lasted at least 24 hours.
You arrived in Albania, in Rinas, and what happened then? You stay in Albania how many days or how many weeks, according to you?
My arrival to Albania, let me clarify, it was in the capacity of the member of the steering council of the People's Movement for Kosovo. During the entirety of the war, I had two posts, two functions. I was a political representative of the Kosovo Liberation Army as well as a member of the steering council of the People's Movement for Kosovo. In Albania,
just the date, sir.
it would have been for a maximum of 1 week. I know that at the end of the month of April, I was in Switzerland.
Defense Counsel, sorry to interrupt you, just for the record, to have a clear record. Page 51, line 15, the date of 20 is mentioned, but it is the 21st of April. If I understood well, the date on the stamp is 21st. Yeah, so that has now been cleared. Defense Counsel, please proceed.
So if I try to make a link between this very first stamp from Republic of Slovenia, the second stamp issued from Rinas Airport, and the third stamp we have at the page 32 of the passport, it seems you were in Kosovo and you left it before the end of April 1999. Do I understand it correctly?
Thank you. This goes far too quick. Page 32. Madame Court Officer, can you bring us to page 32? Because this defense counsel, has not been established. So, this conclusion is going. I hear what the witness has been saying, and that can be his testimony, but you cannot base it on the stamp on page 32, because we have not established what we can see on that stamp.
Yes, indeed, but we don't have any other steps in the document.
No, but then we have the date of the 21st of April, Slovenia. We have the 22nd of April, yeah?
Yeah.
That is an entrance, if I understood well, into Albania, Defense Counsel?
Yeah.
Yeah? So we have an entrance in Slovenia, and then the day after, an entrance in Albania. And then we don't have, at least in this passport, a stamp that says that he left. He can have left. I mean, I'm not saying anything about it, but please don't base your conclusion on this stamp.
No. Not only on this stamp, Mrs. President. On a statement he made at the hearing, maximum 1 week.
Yes, but that has nothing to do with page 32, and you were referring to page 32.
No, that's why I try to understand 1 week, and we have a stamp in April 1999, and this is the only one we seem to stick with. That's why I ask a question.
But then please put this as a question, not as a conclusion.
No, that's sure. So you went out Albanian at this moment after 1 week or almost 1 week.
Mr. Witness, you will get the floor, but please please reply to my question if you can. You say that you stayed for a week in Albania, less or more. Yeah. How did you? Do you remember? Because we are talking about really a long time ago, of course. But do you remember how you left the country?
The stamp in front of my eyes has got 3 big letters APR, which means April 1999. However, I cannot see the exact date of this exit stamp out of Albania, but it certainly pertains to April 1999, this exit stamp from Albania, that is. I stayed for a maximum of a week in Albania. I cannot remember the exact date, but I know it to be certain that by the end of April I was in Switzerland.
Thank you. That you already said also before the break, and we noted that you left then Albania. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just for the record, I believe that my friend accidentally said Kosovo when he meant Albania. And that's going to perhaps cause us problems later on.
Please, if you indicate...
It's line 8 on page 53.
Yes, indeed, that's my fault.
It seemed you were in Kosovo and you left it before the end of April. I think Mr. Schulzen meant Albania.
Thank you very much, my dear colleague.
Thank you, that has been cleared.
Yeah, of course. And it's important, I think so.
Yeah. A suggestion would be, because... and Madam Court Officer, maybe you can assist us. Could we rotate the page and then even zoom more? I mean, technology can maybe assist us here. Defense Counsel, you have the floor, but I can agree now more than I did before. That I see an A, and a P, and an R, and now it's easier to see where the tower is. I would call it a tower at the left-hand side in the corner. I see a number, and yeah, it could be a 2 and a 9, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it could be.
But the best is to ask the witness.
But I don't think that the witness is neither an expert in deciphering unclear stamps than we are, or we are. I think we are at the same level. I would say. What has assisted us at least is to have it zoomed out. But I think that and I don't want to dig too much in trying to get a number out of this, because it is what it is, and you have heard me stating clearly what it could be, but I don't know. But the testimony of this witness is what he has already repeated twice, and I would like to leave it for now and not to dwell on it more.
Just one last question, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, do you remember if you left the Albanian territory before the end of April 1999?
I left in April, at the end of April. I know that because I had to be in Switzerland in the beginning of May.
It's very clear. Thank you very much.
We are now going to make a marking, Defense Counsel. Mr. Witness, could you put a circle, could you circle the stamp we have been discussing? Yes, no, but not this one. Yes, if I'm wrong, then, Madam Court Officer, have we already saved this page? Yes, we have. Okay, then we don't have to.
Should I circle it? Can I? Should I do it now?
No, but what we will do, no, thank you, Mr. Witness, but Madam Court Officer, could you say out loud the page we are now? I will say it. The page we are on now is page 896, and we are discussing the light blue stamp. I think that is enough to be to have clear on record which stamp we were discussing. Okay, thank you. Good. Defense Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Things are complex and difficult, I know. I would like to show you now another document. With your leave, Madam President, I would like to show the document ERN DPS 00876-ET, and the Albanian version is DPS 00876, and this is not to be disclosed to public, please.
Defense Counsel, it's my understanding that you would like the panel to call up a different document. Could you give briefly an explanation for the purpose of this document, why you want to confront the witness with this document?
Yes, of course. I can say it in front of the witness. We received from the Albanian authorities some documents in relation of the presence of the witness on the territory of Albania. And we have some information. We have to receive an answer from the witness about that, because could be a difficulty between the stamp in the passport and the document we received from the Albanian authorities.
Okay, good. And is it not possible to first ask a question, or you want him, based on what we have already discussed, confront him with these two documents that apparently could be, no, yeah.
I have the feeling it's the best is that
I see your point.
the witness
Because I
be
know which
aware.
documents you want
Yeah,
to show.
yeah, I think
Good.
so.
Madam Court Officer, could you please proceed?
Yes, and that's the document we were revised. We have the same document, the first one, but we have the same document after revised.
Sorry, Your Honor. The English translation we are showing here is not the revised translation. Mr. Gilisen is calling for the revised. So it's the same ERN, but a revised translation from the registry. It's almost the same, but just to use the official one.
And did you add that to the evidence list? To the evidence list? Has it been added to the evidence list?
Yes, indeed. I think we did, yeah. Did we?
I'm told, Your Honor, that we made the request via email when we added it, but we didn't add it to the presentation queue because it was after it was released, so we could not touch the presentation queue. It's almost identical, just to
Yes.
use the official.
Yeah, but then I will liaise with Madam Court Officer. If we exercise a moment of patience, then it will be added to the queue, and then we can depart from there. It has been added to the queue, and please, Madam Court Officer, if you could broadcast it, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Witness, I have the same document in my hand. Are you able enough to explain what is this document about?
I brought this document to you to prove that during the period of time from 15th of April 1999 until the 26th of May 1999, my entries or exits were not registered in the airport of Rinas. We're referring here to a historical context where an ethnic cleansing was taking place, so not everybody was registered, meaning those who entered or left Albania. However, they could not enter or leave without having stamps put on their travel documents, and precisely for this reason, in order to be transparent in front of the court, I borrowed the travel documents I used at the time. I also requested from the refugees office in Switzerland, where I handed in my refugee stay, to send the accompanying document in order for the court to understand clearly that I entered and left Albania during that period of time, even when my entries and exits from Albania were not registered in the logbooks. I brought evidence for the Durrës port and the Rinas airport. So with respect to the period of time I was in Albania.
Thank you very much. So to be complete, I think so the best is to see the other document about the same things. Is ERN DPS 00877 /AT revised.
Mr. Prosecutor.
Just can make an observation. The witness, understand the witness testimony has to say that these documents released by the border authority may not be reliable because not all entries and exits were in fact registered. That's why he brought his passport with him. On that, because of that testimony, that information, we would object to the admission of these documents in evidence because of their unreliability, as testified by the witness now, and therefore they use now during the testimony. And we have used the passport, he has showed the passport, but I understand from what he's just stated that these records may not be reliable.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Defense Counsel, what would your reasons be to have these documents if you have the evidence, apparently, that you think was
to
important?
be transparent, we don't have something to hide. We receive these documents from the Albanian authorities, and we don't want to hide. At the first glance, we could have a difficulty, and the intention of the defense of Mr. Shala is to be very clear and not to play a role.
Okay. Thank you for this clarification. You may proceed.
The second document I quote is the same kind of document, but issued by the Durrës port.
Madam Court Officer, you may proceed after having received the number.
Yeah, it's DPS 00877 -ET revised. So, Mr. Witness, are you able to explain the document you have on the screen now?
Po.
Yes. This is about a document issued by the Ministry of Interior Affairs of the Republic of Albania. This is not a custom-issued document as it was qualified by the prosecutor, but this is an official document of the Albanian state, which testifies that during the same period of time, 15th of April to 26th of May, I was not registered in the port of Durrës, be that with respect to entries or exits. I think there is a clarification for this. Why did I ask my request for the period of time until the 26th of May and not longer than that? It is because on the 26th of May, I was, in 1999, I was in Paris in an official meeting at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a meeting I held with Mr. Hubert Védrine, who was the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time. So I had official meetings in Germany, France, and Belgium. And this is the reason I did not ask for a longer period, because I could not possibly be at the same time into different places in Albania and these countries I just mentioned where I had official meetings.
So, Mr. Witness, do you have something to add about the appearance contradiction between those two documents and the stamp on your passport? Do you have something else to say, to explain?
I am here today to tell the truth and only the truth. Had there been anything hidden, I wouldn't have brought my travel document, my passport. I wanted to be fully transparent in front of this court, and I wanted to indicate that even in the cases or occasions when entries and exits were not registered, there was a reason to this, because we were referring to a period of time when over 1 million Albanian civilians were expelled, forcefully expelled by the Serbian authorities.
Mr. Witness, and just to have it on record, you only had in that period one passport. This was the only passport you were traveling with.
Correct. From 1991, when Switzerland recognized me as a refugee and gave me the refugee status, and until the end of the war, I only used one single passport. I never had any other travel documents.
Defense counsel, please proceed.
Thank you very much. We can change of topic. Mr. the Witness.
Pull the documents down.
Exactly, we can pull the document down. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mrs. President. So, Mr. Witness, have you ever been in your life in Kukës, Albania?
I was there in May 1998. From June 1998 to June, when the war in Kosovo ended, I was never in Kukës, with the exception of Tirana and Durrës in Albania. I have not been in any other place in Albania or location during the period of time from the 1st of June 1998 to 12th of June 1999.
Very much. It's very clear, Madam President, with your leave. I think it's the best to go in private session now.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
Thank you very much, Mrs. President. So, Mr. Witness, I would like to hear, if you have any, your comment about this quotation.
From what I was able to hear, from what you've read, there is nothing that is accurate. Everything is untrue. I have never met Daoud Haradina. I mentioned that earlier. I had never met him before the end of the war. Nazmi Brahimi, who I cooperated from the moment when he went to war and until the end of the war, is someone who I'd never met. Fatmir Limay, another co-activist. From the moment he set off for war and until the end of the war, I never met him. Sabit Getty, who was also mentioned, I had never known him before. I never met him during the war, and I met him once or twice after the war. None of the people mentioned there are people who I have met. In addition to this, I also said that from the 1st of June 1998 until the 12th of June 1999, I never set foot in the north of Albania. I never traveled to a city other than Durrës and Tirana.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Thank you. Mr. Witness, would you like to issue some comments about this quotation?
Remain convinced that Fatmir Limay, Daud Haradinay, Nazmi Brahimay, and others had nothing better to do, i.e. leave the war where genocide was being carried out to come in and mistreat some people over there. However, what I am saying here is that there is not a grain of truth in the account that I heard.
Stick to the question. That would be my direction. Yeah. Good. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I think we can go back to the public session and perhaps to take a look at the watch, because I think it could be nice to
have a break.
Yes.
I
have a feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into public session, please?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We are going to we're going to adjourn for a lunch break, Mr. Witness. That will bring us to 2 o'clock. So I wish you a good lunch, and Madam Court Officer will escort you out. Thank you. I would like to shorten our break till 2 o'clock in order to see how far we can come today. With regard to the written submissions of the defense, with regard to the documents intended to use by the SPO for the cross-examination, would it be possible to provide the panel by 2 o'clock with a document or earlier? I mean, the earlier the better, but before we resume.
We are finalizing it.
Okay, that would even be greater. So if
final revision within few minutes, Your Honors.
Very well, thank you for that. I now look at the SPO and at Victims Council. Mr. Prosecutor, if it would come in a few minutes, when would the SPO be able to reply to it?
Would Your Honor want us to reply in writing or orally?
Now, I can also. It would be fine if it could also come in after our hearing this afternoon. If you want to do it in writing, then it should be in by, I would say, 5 o'clock. But if you can do it orally, then
Yes.
it would even be better.
We would be ready to respond whenever Your Honors want us as we resume the hearings.
If you can do it orally, we will do it at the end of the hearing of this afternoon.
Yes, that works very well for us, Your
Yes?
Honor. Yeah.
Okay. And for Victims' Counsel, if you would like to react to anything in this respect.
May we see the objections and take it from there? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And then one point for the record with regard to the... yeah, we have to go into private session. Sorry. Madam Court Officer, could you please bring us into private session?
Your Honors, we are now in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. With regard to the statement ERN 08... I have to say, can also wait 60 minutes. So we will resume at 2 o'clock. And because yes, we will resume at 2 o'clock. And I would like to consider, but first to have it discussed internally. We are considering to start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And I just wanted to have the parties and Victims' Counsel give it a thought if that would be problematic for any reasons. And then the last point that I will say when Mr. Shala is also present. So we adjourn for 1 hour. Thank you.
All rise.
I think it's too late.
Court Officer, could you please bring us into public session, please?
Your Honors, we are back in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We noticed that Mr. Shala is not here anymore, so we will not proceed with the hearing. There was one point I wanted to make, but I will do that in the presence of Mr. Shala. What I can say in the presence of you all that I would like to start, that we are considering to start tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and after the break I will come back to that. And yes, we will now have a break till 2 o'clock.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. And I will ask for appearances. I see there on my right hand side.
Yes, Your Honor. Federica Genovesi left the courtroom for the afternoon.
Thank you. And then Victims' Counsel is in the same composition. No? I see Victims' Counsel nodding. Thank you. And then the defense team.
Yes, Miss Cheng, Kaylin Cheng, is with us again.
Okay, very well. Thank you. We noted that. Mr. Shala, can you hear the translation well?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Thank you. Very well. And before we continue, I would like to organize or to do some planning. Defense Counsel, how much time do you think that you would still need for your examination in chief?
So I have the feeling, is the thing right? Will be right. Perhaps the rest of the afternoon, I think so.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Very well. We received the submissions of the defense at 1342 with regard to the documents proposed by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Mr. Prosecutor, are you in a position at the end of the hearing to react on it orally, or we can give you even some time to do it in writing, and then we would like to receive it by 5, if that would be possible.
Your Honor, I received it just as I was coming to court, so I was just reading it now as I was waiting for the panel to come back. I think we may be in a position to respond orally. Yes.
I leave that to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
If I can make that decision at the end of the hearing, at the time of making the submissions, it'll either be orally or by 5 p.m. in writing.
Very well. Thank you. And yes, good. And there isn't. Yeah, no. I will leave it for here. For here. And would the parties and Victim Counsel be in a position to start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock? I see nothing from the defense, also the Victims Counsel.
No problem, Judge.
No problem. Okay, then we will proceed in that way. Then we will go for a short moment into private session for a remark. Then we will go back to public session, and we will continue with the examination by the defense in chief. Okay, Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
We are now in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Just for the record, I wanted to add that the defense used also page 6 of the statement 082892 TR80ET, part 5. Just that we have a clean record on that. Good. Madam Court Officer, we can go back into public session.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Madam Court Usher, could you bring the witness in, please? Welcome back, Mr. Mahmouti. Can you hear?
Yes.
Mr. Shala, did you hear the witness?
Yes, I can hear very well.
Defense counsel, you have the floor again to proceed to continue with your examination in chief.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon.
With your leave, Madam President, I would like to show to the witness a picture of a person, but the best, in my opinion, is that this is not to disclose to the public for a recognition or no recognition of the person who is on the picture.
Well, I see no objection, so please, defense counsel, proceed with giving the number to Madame Court Officer.
Thank you very much. I would like to show ERNO 59 113-05 9144 at page 15. And this is not to be disclosed to the public, as I said.
Please proceed.
May I? Thank you. So, Mr. the witness, do you recognize this person that appear on the screen you are watching too?
No, I've never seen him.
Very much.
Can the picture be taken off?
You can take it down, absolutely.
Please proceed.
So I would like to address another topic in relation with the case, in public, under your control, of course, as usual. So, Mr. Witness, did you ever write a book about or in relation with the situation of Kosovo in 1998, 1999, or before?
In 2015, I published in Albanian the book Blood Libel, which is a political analysis of the events that a partial analysis of what happened during the war in Kosovo, with particular emphasis on the manipulations that were done using that war and the misinterpretations of what happened during the war. That book was translated into English and distributed. It was translated also in French and published in France by the publishing house Hartmann, and also in other languages, translated and distributed. If you allow me to add one more thing, this is a book which meets all the scientific criteria, because the facts have been dealt with based on with objectivity to the level that this book can be found now in prestigious university libraries such as Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, and the seat library of the United Nations in Geneva, and many other libraries. I have also published novels, but I'm not sure that my novels would be of any relevance in this context.
Yes.
Please? No, I will not allow again that you elaborate so much on a question. A simple yes or no would have sufficed here. So please, we are not here to make conferences. You are here to ask, to reply to the questions of the defense. Defense counsel, please proceed.
Yes, the next question to be to be precise was what is the book about? But I think the witness has already answered to this question, I consider. Yeah. So, Mr. Witness, can you tell us about what sources and methodology you use for your research to write this book?
Burimet
The sources on which the argumentation of this book is based are mainly Serbian sources. Over 95% of the sources are Serbian, and some other sources are French or others. There are very few Albanian sources in this book.
So you didn't hide us your political opinion, and are you able to differentiate between your personal political opinion and involvement, because you had it, with the liberation cause of Kosovo and the fact related in this book?
Before you answer, Defense Counsel, what do you mean with you didn't hide us your political opinion?
Mr. Mahmouti explained us he was part of KLA, he had a lead role in this KLA and so on.
Okay,
So
but it's good if you make references, then it's good that you make a reference to the transcript, because we don't know if you were referring to the book or to the transcript.
It's the best. So I will provide it, but if we want not to lose time, I could provide it after the answer, perhaps.
Of course, you'll have the team at your disposal, yes.
Perhaps to ask the witness to answer to the question now?
Pražijam.
I think so.
Can I answer?
Në këtë libër
In this book, none of my political viewpoints or interpretations are contained in there. This is based on indisputable Serbian sources which bring to the surface the reality of what happened. As a representative of the KLA, I avoided any interpretation of the facts because there was a danger that this would then be interpreted or seen as a subjective analysis where I portray my political beliefs. None of my political positions are expressed in the book. These are facts that cannot be challenged or disputed by anyone.
I'm able to provide you with the transcript reference. It's page 38, 39, page 38, line 22, and page 39, line 2.
Thank you, Defense Counsel.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Witness, what kind of knowledge allow you to treat and write a book on this topic?
I am a political scientist, and I graduated from a world-renowned prestigious university. I have dedicated my intellectual abilities to elucidating the fact that happened in Kosovo. My entire commitment was to bring in there indisputable facts, because I'm fully aware, intellectually speaking, that from the moment when you try to put on your facts your political beliefs, then you that this can be misleading. I started from the point that facts could only be elucidated based on Serbian sources. My book is a scientific work. Each chapter has the prologue containing the Serbian propaganda, and this chapter then would finish with another prologue with sources, references to another Serb who then denies what comes first. I have only used, I've quoted Serge Halimi, director of the Monde Diplomatique, and French journalist, who refers to writings by reporters from El País in Spain to deny the genocide that happened in Kosovo. In the epilogue, I have quoted a pathologist, French pathologist, who had been asked by the ICTY to investigate the crimes committed in Kosovo, and this pathologist wrote the book titled 20 Years Amongst the Dead.
Please stop talking. Yeah, this was quite a long answer, which was not only on the sources. Defense counsel, if you see that the witness is going a little bit broader, please stop him yourself, because I don't want to interrupt your witness. So I leave that to you.
I will try.
Okay. Yeah. No. It's more than I will try.
Yeah,
Because if not, I will cut the witness while talking, and I don't want to do that, because that's very uncomfortable. Because he wants to share certain information with this panel.
I'm going to make it anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Witness, and please answer to the question. What do you know about the kind of methods used by Serbian services, secret police or security services? And please, how did you become aware of the existence of this information?
Before you start answering, the question is not completely clear in the transcript. What do you know, I read, about the kind of, and then it's not...
Of methods.
Methods, okay,
methods used by the Serbian secret service, police service, or security services.
But in which respect? I mean, this is a very vague question. In which respect you want the witness to elaborate?
Yeah, we can say the secret services, I think so.
Sorry?
We can say secret services,
yes.
Serbian secret services.
Yeah, but what do you know about the methods used by the Serbian secret services? And then my question is, in which time frame you want to know that, in relation to what? This is an open question, but it's too open. You really have to narrow it down.
I fully understand. And you are right. I'm sorry, that's my fault. No. So, my question concerns the period of 1999, perhaps 1998 and 1999, but particularly in 1999.
And then I would like to know with regard to which location and with regard to what?
During the Kosovo War, in Kosovo, or even in the different states around the Kosovo at this moment.
But it is still too broad, Defense Counsel. I I won't allow for a question of this kind. This could bring up any topic.
So the question concern.
Do you need a break, Mr. Shala?
Your Honor, I would need just a minute, a small clarification. If questions are not allowed, then what I'm doing here? Please, Your Honor. If you were from Bangladesh, I would understand, but you're a European citizen, and this is not a method to be used.
Microphone for Your Honor, please.
To stop talking, please adhere to my instructions. Your defense counsel is here for you to defend your interests.
Yeah, and my question is not about generally speaking, of course, and about all the subject matter or topics and so on. I would like you to focus on the UCK, the member of UCK, the people involved in the war, something in relation with a case like the one we are in, the Shala's case.
So if I may reformulate to see if I understand the question well, and defense counsel, please, if you think that the question needs to be adjusted, feel free to do so. It's just that I want to know if we are listening to the same question, or at least that the witness is listening to the same question. You would like to know if the witness has any knowledge, and then, of course, you want to know the basis of that knowledge, with regard to actions or methods, that was your word, methods used by the Serbian secret services in relation to the KLA, and then for me it stops. What do you want to know in relation to the KLA
and
that the witness will testify
yeah,
about?
and the people who were involved in the KLA. So we know by this book, because we read it, we read it, that the witness explained a lot of things about criminal cases and about the treatment of some criminal cases by the Serbian authority, and including the answers to these cases by the Serbian judicial authorities. And I would like to know first to know if what he explained was used in Kosovo and could be in relation with a case like this, if he have some information about that, to explain the kind of method used, and if we are able to make a link with a criminal case like the one we are dealing with.
So for me, it's clear what you want to know from the witness. You must ask him a concrete question. Really, you know that I want to give you the space you need, but this is not a question for the witness.
Okay, I have a...
maybe you have an answer in mind, but I need a question.
So, do you have any information about the employment by the Secret Service in 1998, 1999 of people convicted or having problem with the police by the Serbian Security Service or secret services?
There's one word lacking in your question, Defense Counsel. So do you have, and then
Information
do you have information
about the employment of people convicted or having problem with the police, Serbian police, by the Serbian security services or secret services?
and convicted people where?
Uh,
In Kosovo, in Serbia?
In Serbia and Kosovo, you know the situation of Kosovo at this moment. It was in Serbia, but with a particular situation. But yes, indeed, in Serbia and Kosovo. Did they employ some convicted person or person who had problem with the police services?
And the police services, which police services? Yeah, for me, it's not that clear at all.
It was the only one on the ground at this moment. It was
So-
the Serbian police.
So do you have information regarding the Secret Service in 1998 and 1999? Regarding convicted people, either in Kosovo or in Serbia, that were having problems with the Serbian police or Kosovar police? With the Serbian police, yeah, because of the Serbian security service. Is that your question?
Employment by the secret or security service, Albanian security services, of this kind of people.
You're saying that, I don't know your questions, dus
Yeah.
are you saying that the Secret Service were employing these convicted people?
That's what I would
Yeah, but
like
then
to
I
know.
would insert that in your question, Defense Counsel. So please pose it again to the witness.
Do you have some information? Do you have a knowledge about the employment by the Serbian security or secret service of some person who were convicted and person who had problem in the investigation undertaken by the Serbian police?
Defense Counsel, and if I say that your question is that if the Secret Service used some convicted persons to recruit them, to work for them, is that what you're saying?
That's what I would like to know.
If the witness has information.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but then now we have a question. Mr. Witness, please.
Feeling mixed.
Let me initially talk about the sources. These are Serb sources, and let me cite Vuk Drašković, who, during the war in Kosovo, particularly the Gravis period from January to April 1999, had two key held two key posts, Deputy Prime Minister of Yugoslavia and Minister of Foreign Affairs. In 2015, Vuk Drašković made it clear that Milosevic's headquarters had come up with a decision for Albanians and other Serbs and other ethnic and people from other ethnicities to be killed, so that the blame would be laid at the hands of the Albanian Kosovo Liberation Army, so they would be painted as terrorists. This source is part and parcel of my book. This book is available there. It's online. You can easily find it out. So this is a quote that comes from someone who held high positions during the war, and he states that during the Panda case in Peja, where six
we were asking for sources. You gave a source, and I allowed you to elaborate a little bit more on Vuk Derskovic. If you have another source, you are allowed to it, but we are not going to expand in other things. I just wanted to... The question was to have sources. Yeah? That's...
The second source is the Fund for Humanitarian Rights, a non-governmental Serbian organization based in Belgrade, which, in one of its dossiers on motorized brigades, the one that is connected to the commander of Brigade 37, Dikoša Lubovic. In that dossier, it explains how 150 prisoners were freed from Serbian jails. 2 lieutenant colonels were used to train them in order for that brigade to be deployed to Kosovo so that they would commit crimes, and these crimes would then be attributed to the soldiers of the Kosovo Liberation Army. These are Serb sources. One more thing, Your Honor. I took an oath here to tell you the truth, and only the truth, all the truth and nothing but the truth. And if I am not allowed to say the whole truth here, I fear that the trial panel may get the wrong impression. I am here to give answers, but if I'm cut and not able to give the answers in their entirety, not the whole truth will emerge.
Mr. Witness, yeah? You are directed to give answers to the questions that are put to you. Yeah? And I will tell you when it's our assessment that you're not answering anymore to the question, but that you are elaborating further on that. And we are all aware that you have given an oath, but that has nothing to do with that you're saying that you're not able to tell the whole truth. You will be put in a position to answer the questions to the best of your knowledge. That is what we ask you to do here. Yeah? And maybe there are a lot of things you want to share with this panel, but we are here, you are here primarily because the defense has asked you to come, and the defense is asking you certain questions. And you should answer those questions, not other questions. Defense counsel, please proceed.
Yes, and may I add, don't hesitate to slow your pace first and stick to the question. That's a delicate process. We try to make it with the agreement and the control of the court. That's normal. Sometimes my question is too open, too general, and that's why I have to correct myself.
Yeah. And
it's painful to confess it, but it's a reality.
Defense counsel, we have now discussed, we have now been given evidence on 2 sources. I would like you to go back to the other part of the question, which was this potential, this alleged, this attempted recruitment, because that was another important part of your question. So please proceed with that.
Thank you very much. And do you have any information about the kind of mission these persons who were recruited have to do, have to fulfill?
Missioni.
The mission was crystal clear. Vuk Draškovic, the former Deputy Prime Minister of Yugoslavia, made it quite clear that their aim was to kill Serbs, Albanians and members of other ethnicities so that these crimes would be blamed on the Kosovo Liberation Army. The inclusion of convicted criminals into the secret services were widespread, and I have put at the disposal of Defense Counsel another source that suggested that in the case of the murder of the Serbian Prime Minister Zoran Đinđić, 8,688 members of criminal groups in Yugoslavia have been arrested, people who were at the service or serving under the Serbian secret services as such.
I like to focus on things that could be in relation with our case, the case of Mr. Shala. And I would like to know if you are aware about some cases where the Serbian judicial authorities decided that some evidence, some proof has been fabricated, or if some false evidence was used in some criminal cases. In relation, of course, with the Kosovo, with the Učića, during the war, not generally speaking.
I can mention two cases, two criminal proceedings, one of which is connected with the current case against Peter Shala. The first one is the Panda case.
I told you, and we will escort the witness now out, and then we will discuss it.
Yeah, but I think I understand exactly.
No,
the
yeah,
point.
but we have to discuss it. Mr. Witness, Madame Kortascher will usher you out. I see in your question, and we are now at page 99, line 10, and then you are asking the witness if he is aware of some cases where the Serbian judicial authorities decided that some evidence has been fabricated, or maybe I understood it as that they decided that evidence had to be fabricated, and that they decided that false evidence had to be made. Is that what my point? What I see here is that you say that there are two cases in which apparently the Serbian judicial authorities, according, or at least that is your question, have created evidence. But they decided that some evidence has been fabricated. I don't understand that question completely, so maybe you can reformulate that. And then the other question is if the witness knows about some false evidence that was used in criminal cases. I think I already made clear to you that we will not allow for this general line of questioning. We want to have a questioning related to the case of Mr. Shala. So we will not allow for this question because I gave the witness some space to answer, and then we ended up discussing a case we decided that we should not have questions about because you had not shown to the panel for now the relevance to the case of Mr. Shala. So I leave it to you, but this question in this way, I will not allow for it, and that has everything to do with the reply of the witness in already his second sentence.
Yes.
And if you want to go deeper maybe into the questioning, maybe it's good that we go into private session. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session? Yes. Mr. Shala, you will have the floor as soon as we are in private session.
Your Honors, we are now in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Shala, we have here your defense counsel. I will give you the floor shortly. What do you want to say in this respect?
Thank you very much. You're not even allowing my defense lawyer to ask questions. Your Honor, if you'd been from Bangladesh, I would have understood this. However, you're a European citizen, and I don't know what justice you're talking about if you're not allowing my defense counsel to ask questions. In that case, you take it over. You ask the questions. Let the defense lawyer go home. There's no need to pay him. You ask the questions then. I'm hearing here only your questions. You're not allowing the defense lawyer to formulate any of the sentence. You're intervening all the time.
Mr. Shala, thank you. I will not. I can say something about this to you in order to try to clarify. Questions in this courtroom by this panel will be allowed if they are relevant to the case, and we cannot just discuss certain topics in general. We want to see a relevance, a link to your case. And I'm not going to discuss it further with you. I will now turn to your defense counsel. Defense counsel, what is the next question you would like to pose in this respect? Or what is your, or what would be your, your remark, your observation with regard to what I just said to you?
Indeed, you were right. The purpose was not to obtain some information about one particular case or another, a case about a coffee or something else, of course. No, the question concerns exactly and as the use of some convict person if there is some knowledge of the use of false evidence. We can say fabricate evidence. We can use some words about that. But if the witness has some knowledge about that, and if, according to him, his knowledge, some method like this has been used in the criminal case concerning the case in relation with the Kosovian war, the war in Kosovo. And then, of course, step by step, if he has some information or if he has something to say about the case of Mr. Shala or not. But I think to ask the question, do you know if there is the use of some false evidence in the case of Mr. Shala, it's a little bit short if we want to have a real information, I think so.
I will give you the floor right away, Mr. Prosecutor. It boils down to that, defense counsel. Yeah, I think I've said it now already several times. It boils down to that. I gave you some space to ask questions with regard to any information this witness might have with regard to methods used by the Serbian Secret Service in regard to the KLA fighters, and apparently I use your words, false evidence, fabricated evidence. We got an answer on that. He was very clear that in his view that is the case. But I think that we are very quickly getting to what could this have to do with the case of Mr. Shala. And I repeat, I don't want to limit your questioning, but I need some relevancy to this case. And before I give you the floor, I will give the floor to Mr. Prosecutor. Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we maintain our position on the absolute lack of relevance of the Panda Bar issue to the case at hand. However, and then I note that defense counsel did not ask about that case. The witness made the connection himself, and now we have on the record, I can mention 2 cases, 2 criminal proceedings, one of which is connected with the current case against Peter Shala. The first one is the Panda case. Now, we maintain that there is no relevance, but perhaps there would be no harm in seeing why the witness sees a connection there, to have the record clear on that without the witness being prevented from expressing his testimony, his view there. And of course, with Your Honors being watchful of where this issue goes and avoiding that it derails in directions where Your Honors already made it clear they want it to go. But right now we have a record where the witness states that there is no relevance of the case and there is no similarity. But we would see no harm in the witness being allowed to finish that answer. Thank you.
Yes, there was a little side for my side because it has not been made clear yet. And I've heard the SPO, of course, but it has not been made clear yet by the defense how these cases could be linked to the case of Mr. Shala. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor, and we appreciate the candidness of our colleagues from the prosecutor. Just to mention that at page 99, at line 8, Mr. Gilisen asked the question specifically in relation to our case. He said, yes, thank you very much. I would like to focus on things that could be in relation with our case, the case of Mr. Shala. And without quoting the rest, he asked an open question, starting by this introduction, if the witness has any cases that he can mention in this topic of manipulation of evidence, let's put it generally, and the witness suggested Panda. So Mr. Gilisen in our submission didn't put any Panda-related specific facts to the witness. It's the witness who is establishing this link, and Your Honors have directed us that if there is a connection, and then we can find out if we hear from the witness if there is a relation, and then Mr. Gilisen would go specifically or move away if the link is not evident. But we believe that the question is completely permissible because it was put with an introduction of a relation with Mr. Shala and his cases and the specific topic. So we urge Your Honors to allow this question that is open and see what the witness would say about it.
But Mr. Houini, could you explain to the panel, because that's my question, has been my question already for several times. What is the link, and then in your view, between the Panda case, and the case of Mr. Shala? If you could, because I asked it this morning, I did not get an answer, and right away you said, no, we are not going to discuss that. I discussed it now with Mr. Gilisen. Mr. Gilisen said to me, no, we are going to stay away from the Panda case. So my impression is that your position is, that's how I understood it. I'm just listening. I'm listening to what you're telling me, because we did not see at first the relevancy. I understood from your replies that it was not your intention to discuss the Panda case. So then I ask you, because this is your witness, and of course you know what your witness is going to bring to your defense case, I'm asking you, can you explain then on beforehand what is the relevancy, because for the case?
Yes, Your Honors. And I confirm on behalf of Mr. Gillison that the intention is not to go and explore Panda, and the question was not meant to trigger a Panda discussion. It is meant to make some kind of link between fabrication of evidence, incentivization of witnesses in criminal proceedings, and then that these methods remain applicable from the time of the war or topics related to the war and the KLA up until today with the institution. That's the purpose. Panda came up in an answer, not in a question, Your Honor. So if we are allowed some margin, Mr. Gillison is allowed some margin, we are very confident he knows exactly how to prevent derailing the evidence from the purpose, and the intention, again, is not to discuss Panda unless the witness has a clear link, which we will hear from him. But the intention is to establish the methods, their relevance in time to even to general criminal proceedings and up to the institutions dealing with judicial processes related to Kosovo, related to the war of liberation, to establish that link.
Establish a general link, you would agree with me that we have to get to the case of Mr. Shala.
Mr. Gillison is attempting to do that through questions, Your Honors, and we have put... Apologies, and Mr. Gillison is trying hard to do that through his questions.
Mrs. President, may I?
Yes, of course, you may, but what for me is important, what is the upcoming question you would like to ask to Mr. Witness?
More than this. What we would like to do is to know first, did and does these services, Serbian services, use this kind of method? If the response is no, it's over. It's very simple. If the response, a real one or not a real one, you are the one who have to decide, is yes, does he consider he has some information about the use of some methods in the, may I say, Kosovian war case, and particularly, of course, that's the next question, to the Shala's case. We have a yes, we have a no. The Panda case, or the other one, and you know perfectly well what I am talking about, it's not important. The thing is, do we have some reliable information with the use of such method? No, it's over. Yes, okay. Is it, or could it be part of the case like us? Up to the witness to answer. And is he aware, yes or not, about the use of such method, use of convict person, of person who have problem with the police, the Serbian police, of course, or all the methods we were talking about in the case of Mr. Shala? And the answer is yes or not. And if the answer is credible or not, up to you, of course.
Of course, that we are not there at all. We are just eliciting information. That's where we are now. If you talk about methods, yeah, I think it's good to have on record. Yeah, you ask the witness what kind of methods, because I've heard you saying some methods. Because if you refer to yes, so I will allow you to proceed with the questioning. I take on board what the SPO, what Mr. Prosecutor has said, that we will ask first what, in the view of Mr. Witness, is the link between the Panda case and the case of Mr. Shala. I mean, but that will be the first question, because I want to have that resolved right away. And then you can proceed with your questions.
Yes, but I'm not interested with the Panda case. If
Sorry?
it's not, I'm not interested with the
No,
Panda case.
but what I see is
Yeah.
the interest to have now, because the witness was said that he saw a relation, then I see the point of the prosecution to have it cleared why he does it. And if it's not done now, it will come back in cross-examination. So, and if not, maybe it will even be asked by us. So, we will finalize this point here, and then I give you the floor.
Yeah, the real questioning is about methods. First, employment, as we saw, or we said. Second, the thing we are discussing just now. And third, is the witness about the use of such method and even false, this is the third one, witness in some criminal case, and according to him, does or did these kind of method were used by the security service, according to him, in the investigation that the prosecutor received from the former prosecutor. As you know, that's a very long story of an investigation and a delicate process and a painful one. We know that.
Be the question, what are the basis, of this knowledge? If you ask him if, then the next question would be, what are the basis for your knowledge?
Yeah, of course. Of course. I would like to objectify the possible answer we would receive. It's not a question to make a gossip here. We are in a court of justice, so that's sure. We have to try to objectify the information.
Good. We will proceed. We are now in private session. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us back into public session?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Madam Court Usher, can you usher the witness back in, please? Mr. Witness, welcome back.
Mr. Jetta.
Thank you.
I give the floor to the defense counsel. I would like to go back to something you said before, and you said that there are two cases, two criminal proceedings, and one of which is connected with the case of Mr. Shala. And the first case, you said, that is the Panda case. And what I would like to know from you, what is the connection between the Panda case and the case of Mr. Shala?
The issue connected to the proceedings against Peter Shala is the second case, the Kleczka case, where is the second case, not the first case. So it's the second case which is connected to Peter Shala's proceedings.
So, do I hear it right? Do I understand right that you say that the Panda case is not connected to the case of Mr. Shala?
Na manier
We can deduce, imply, and understand how the Serbian Secret Service operated, killing Albanians, Serbians, Montenegrins, and then taking innocent people and forcing them to confess that they committed crimes. This is how the services work. This is indirectly connected to the case of Peter Shala. However, the case of Bekim Mazreko is connected to a person who is directly implicated.
That part, yeah, I will leave to the defense counsel, if you would like to explore that further, because my question here was only to see the connection between the Panda case and the case of Mr. Shala. And any other questions I will leave to defense counsel, and we will continue when we deem it appropriate to continue. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. President. Thank you. So, Mr. Witness, I do understand that according to you, the link between the case we are dealing with and the one you are thinking about is about and concerning the method used by Secret Service from Albania. Am I wrong? I understand correctly or not?
You meant Serbia, not Albania.
Sorry. Yes, it's on the tongue.
In the Panda case, it's exactly the way Secret Services work in this direction, whereas in the Mazreko case, there is an individual who is involved in this case and who had contacts with the Special Prosecution Office and gave a contribution to this prosecution office. So the second case is directly connected to the case of Mr. Shala.
Please, defense counsel, we have to correct something in the transcript. The answer is not from the presiding judge, but from the witness.
Of course.
Please proceed.
So please, let's bring it down step by step. If I understand correctly, and you have to stop or correct me if I commit a mistake, you consider that you have some reliable information concerning the use of criminal people who were convicted by the Serbian Security Service, the use or even the fabrication of some evidences in some criminal case concerning the Albanian person from Kosovo during the year 1908.
Yes.
Is it the case?
In the Panda proceedings, there are over 100 persons who have been brutally tortured, and 6 new persons were forced to sign their confessions that they allegedly killed 6 Serbian and Montenegrins in the Panda Cafe, and many policemen in the village of Cara Breg and Priljep in the municipality of Deçan. So there are 2 sets of charges against them, to which they confessed under extreme torture. After 10 months of investigations, during the court proceedings held in Lescos, when the court panel asked, why did you sign the statement confessing to your crimes, if you're denying it now, they opened their shirts where knife cuts could be seen, burns, and terrible, horrible injuries and wounds, to the point that the court suspended the proceedings. This was in October.
But next time, please cut off earlier.
Yeah.
This is not the point.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have this kind, and we don't sustain, we don't claim this is the case in the case of Mr. Shala. I talked to you about 2 methods. I would like to know if some Serbian authorities recognize the use of false witnesses or even witnesses of some events, but their statement was not correct with the reality.
Precisely in this case, just like in the other case, in the case involving Bekim Mazreku, who was tortured and forced to publicly state to the reporter for military matters, his name is Dretsun, during an interview.
It's not question of torturing some false witness. The question is, do you have some information about the use of witnesses, that so-called witness, that willfully make some false statement? This is the point, I think so.
In the Shala case, eventually in the Shala case, I mean, you were, I won't insist you know the view of the panel. It has to have a link to the Shala case. Eventually.
If you allow me to explain, I will explain how these proceedings, these current proceedings, are connected to the Shala case. Who's Mr. Dretsen? He's a reporter who tries to obtain a false testimony statement from an arrested person, after which he's sentenced, found guilty. He's sentenced to 20 years in prison together with his brother, despite the fact that it had been established that he had been arrested 1 year and 27 days before the case, the Klečka case. After the fall of Milosevic, he's released of the charges and returns to Kosovo. Milan Dresden was a journalist against whom the Independent Journalists Association filed criminal charges, meaning against Milan Drecun, for incitement of crimes in Kosovo. And precisely this Milovan Drecun gave an interview to a TV station on 28th of September 2020, where he states that he had had contacts with the specialist prosecution. He says the prosecutors did not know what to do. They didn't have a lead. I helped them. I instructed them how to investigate. I told them that there were 159 detention centers operated by the KLA, 6 of which were in Albania. And he adds that he's happy to have helped the specialist prosecutor to qualify the KLA as a joint criminal enterprise. The detention centers are a product of the Serbian propaganda, and this is directly linked to the proceedings in Peter Shala case.
So do you consider you have any element to link this method to the prosecution on all the investigation used before this tribunal in this case?
I don't know which methods were used. However, in his statements...
Mr. Witness, could you try to speak at a slower pace that will assist the interpreters to translate everything that you are saying.
Nuk e di
I don't know exactly how the court proceedings took place because I've been very much busy with writing a book which I hope to publish on the 15th of May, the day of the genocide. However, what I know is that Milan Derecho states that he gave all his files to the prosecution office and instructed the prosecution office as to their investigations. And he says, I have received a letter of gratitude in writing by from the prosecution office for his contribution to them.
nuk e kam përfundu.
I have not finished. If, with your permission, can I continue?
Your witness, defense counsel.
I would like to have a complete answer, if it is in link with the question, of course.
So the fact that you were publishing a book on the 15th, that you will publish a book, yeah, is not relevant. So try to stick to your to the questions.
Të vazhdoj në
I will continue my answer. So, specifically, the witnesses that were secured by the team leading and those working for the specialist prosecutor's office, following the instructions and statements of a man who is accused of war crimes by Serbia itself, are false statements. This was done also by the interpreter, didn't get the name, and in Kosovo, in Croatia and in Kosovo. So the same individual did the same thing in Croatia and Kosovo.
Nuk është duke u përkthy, nuk dëgjoj.
Are you able enough to repeat the name, because it seems that the interpreter you don't have it.
Milovan Drečuna is such an individual that he led the group who offered evidence and witnesses to the specialist prosecutor's office. And this person, if he wants to achieve his objectives, he is capable of finding witnesses who will testify that the entire members of the prosecution office have committed war crimes.
Could you ask the defense counsel for the basis of the knowledge of your defense witness?
So we would like to know the basis of your knowledge about all the facts you are talking. Are you able enough to quote your sources?
The source of this information is the broadcasting interview where the gentleman says exactly the words I just mentioned, without changing anything, without interpreting them. He says, literally, he oriented the prosecution office as to the direction in which they should follow the investigations, develop their investigations. So you have a warring party representative used by the prosecution office to obtain evidence to prove that the KLA has committed crimes. This is evidence because the prosecution office did not react in front of this evidence to dismiss it or not. On the contrary, they issued a certificate or letter of gratitude to him, as he states.
It's very much that we would like to have from you a witness who is testifying based on his own knowledge, with regard to the case of Mr. Shala. I hope you see that, and I'm not going to allow, after having heard the source, if it's something that has been on the broadcast, this is not the way to introduce this type of evidence. I hope you will agree with me on this matter.
Yeah, I would like to be sure that this information concerning cases concerning our jurisdiction, KSC, and particularly the case of Mr. Shala, did this person talk about the case, or the case we have to deal with here in Den Haag before the KSC, and it means the case in which Mr. Shala is included in?
Your Honor,
Yes, you have the
maybe
floor.
for the witness answers. We've been talking now, the witness has been talking about an interview of this individual whose name is being given. At this point, I would request at least, I understand, not sure if the defense is in possession of this interview at this time, but at least some indications of what interview we're talking about, when it was given, where it was broadcast, in which date. That will allow us at least to follow the witness's testimony more precisely.
Yes, Defense Counsel, up to you to ask that information to the witness. But also, I repeat my guidance that we would like to have evidence from the witness with regard to the questions or knowledge with regard to the case of Mr. Shala. Because if not, I can imagine that you would be calling other witnesses to give from their own knowledge. So, in addition to the question of the defense, of the SPO, to have more information with regard to this source,
Yes.
I think that it's clear what I mean.
And it could be my last question, because I consider we discuss about the purpose of the presence of the witness here. As you know, we would like to summon one witness that refused to come, and this is the following, may I say, of the testimony of Mr. Mamouti. So, Mr. Mamouti, do you have some elements between all these methods you were talking about and the case of Mr. Shala?
Sorry, Defense Counsel, for me the question is not clear.
Okay, I will try to reformulate it. Do you have some elements you can add about a real link, a direct link between the method you were talking about using by the Secret Service during the period we were talking about, 1998, 1999, and the case of Mr. Shala? Do you have some elements to add or to provide us to be able to deal with?
The issue of the video recording, I can obtain that is 16 minutes and something. The issue of the connection is very clear in my view, because Derechin in this interview says that the prosecution office did not know, and the source of the detention centers, about the 6 detention centers in Albania, was given. This information was given by Derechin. So this is a clear connection as to who made up the existence of these detention centers, and Mr. Shala is charged with similar charges. So he informed them because the prosecution office did not know. If you listen to him, he literally says "lutas," a Serbian word, which is a depreciative word used with respect to the prosecution work, meaning that they just hanging around and they were unable to find evidence. However, with respect to the video recording, I can obtain that as soon as I leave the courtroom.
Thank you very much. I know that's painful sometimes. The way we use in this court could be a very strange one for the one who are not used with. But thank you very much. I have no more question to ask. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
There's a question, thank you. There's a question in order to understand better, Mr. Witness. You're talking about 6 detention centers, but is one of these detention centers, do you know the names of these detention centers? You mentioned this. Do you know which detention centers that are?
Na interview.
In the interview of Milovan Drečun, this is mentioned in general terms, saying that out of 159 detention centers, 6 of them were in Albania.
My question is only, do you know the names of the detention centers? That was my question, and I heard you say, I understand from you, that they were just mentioned in general terms. So your answer is, no, I don't know about which detention centers he is talking. Is that right?
Nuk përmenden.
They are not mentioned.
So, if you say that there is a link, a direct link, a real link, yeah, to the case of the accusations against Mr. Shala, if I understand well, you don't know if this person is referring to this case, to his case.
If you allow me to explain.
If you heard in this interview mentioning, yeah, the place which is mentioned in the indictment, yeah, which contains the charges against Mr. Shala.
Ja.
No.
Good. Let me see the time. It is 3:30. Mr. Prosecutor, at this moment in time, what would have your preference to proceed?
Your Honor, we still need to respond to the defense objection on the use of our documents. We would like maybe just some time to go over them, to receive them as we were literally walking down to the courtroom. So time to look at them, to respond to the objection, will get us pretty close to the end of today. Yes. With the panel's leave, we would be happy to start tomorrow.
Very well. What we will do is please provide us with your submissions with regard to the submissions or your reply to the submissions of the defense regarding the documents you want to use tomorrow in cross-examination by 5 or before, of course, but at the latest at 5. We will continue tomorrow with Pros, then we will have Victims' Counsel, and then the panel might conclude with questions they have on their side. Yes, we will start tomorrow then at 9 o'clock. Mr. Witness, thank you very much for your testimony today. I remind you that you should not discuss with anybody your testimony you have been giving in court today. We see you again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Court-Usher. Before we proceed, is there anything the prosecution would like to raise with the panel?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Victims' counsel?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Very well. And defense, would you like to raise something with the panel?
Just one thing, Your Honor. Lawyers are a very strange person, and particularly the judicial lawyers. And Mr. Shala is not one of us. So I'm sure you are able, Your Honors, to understand that sometimes Mr. Shala has some feeling that things are not going in the way he would like, or he understand. He can have some misunderstanding. I have to confess that in the criminal proceeding, international procedure, sometimes I don't understand too. So I'm sure you will, and you are able to understand that if Mr. Shala is boiling sometime, it's not because he's a bad guy, or it's not a lack of respect for the process and for the court. Thank you very much.
The defense counsel, and rest assured that this panel takes that on board. Very well. Then we will, at this time, thank our interpreters. And our stenographer. It was an intense day, and our audiovisual booth and our security. We will proceed tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.